Hello, hello, and welcome to the Vanguard. I'm your host, Guru, and yeah, so today, still living our life on a solar base, uh, just kind of getting used to what Star Citizen will be in the future. So yeah, just hanging out. Yeah, so just restructuring my hanger here so I can uh matter of fact, let me put the other one there, and then actually you know what I want to do? To do this properly, since we're out in the middle of nowhere. I'm gonna move the MPUV personnel into the MPUV cargo. I mean, hangar, MPUV hangar. Yeah, do that. Doors open for now. I know a lot of people are like, how do you get that going? Show you. Yeah, what's up, Dip? My man. Oh man. You should check out my last stream too. It was me and Krav. We were doing some mercenary, some merc work last night. Would have been good to have you in there, brother. Yeah, I think it's that's the only thing. It's it's supposed to snap to the ceiling the way that it's supposed to work. Oh yeah, I forgot. I gotta let this up first. That's part of the problem. get it like all the way right here. Because with one person, you got to do some advanced maneuvers. Yo, what's up? No, never seen you put him for you, and actually you need someone else there to close the hangar door. Get out your fall in the EVA. Nope. So watch and learn my Padawan. See, this is why I do these things, you know, to myself first, and then I show people. But so there's a little lip right here. Let me show you. There's a little lip right there. If you pull it to right here, then um, you can actually get out and and be okay. See? You jump out, you close it, chat out the way, and then you're in, right? And so then you just go back, hop back in. Um, the, the 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 actual tricky part is landing, right? So if I put the landing gear back down, it kind of crunches itself. See? So that's the rub. I know, right? So Novum, I am doing my solo player um, base with the Idris. I am out in the Halo, Aaron Halo. So I'm gonna do some of the salvage and mining and stuff like that, just to show people what it's like to just kind of be out there on your own, right? Um, of course, there's gonna be some adjustments that I have to make, right? Like you're gonna have to go back and get supplies and stuff like that. Like I didn't get like extra stuff, I didn't get the extra pods and whatnot yet, but I plan on doing that. So yeah, but if you're going to, let me see, if you're going to actually like open it up, and see, I'm in space, so it's okay if it drops out, right? It's okay if I drop out. It's okay if it drops out because I'm in space. I'll just float like an EVA, no big deal. Um, so if you're doing it, you want to make sure that you're somewhere where you can do it. But see, with the thrusters on, it won't fall out, you know. So you don't necessarily have to worry about it falling out or anything like that. Yeah, man. Yeah, just watch. It's interesting because you know when it boils down to it, you know. It, so let me show you. It's supposed to attach to this piece that's on the ceiling, so you wouldn't necessarily put the landing gear down at all, right? Is the way that it's supposed to work. So once they get that kind of situated, and I feel like with the coming of the rearm, refuel um, in the game, I feel like that's going to be more of a reality. Like I think they'll probably have something for that as well, but we'll have to see. You know, I just want to make sure I'm up as far as I can be. Jump back out again. And if you do fall through trying to do it, it's okay because you're an EVA, so you can just float around. It'll take more time, but you can do it. So don't feel too bad if that's what happens to you the first time or the first two or three times, right? See how it fits compact in there. It's supposed to be like that. Like you're supposed to be able to just kind of, you know, do it that way. But yeah, and this is for like when you're bringing troops aboard, right? So like, for instance, you'll have if you go to a station and you have a contingent of crew coming to come on board, you would bring them either in through the hangar or you would bring them in to here if you're storing it, right? And this frees up your hangar, so that way you don't have to have it in the hangar, But as of right now, like I said, you probably want to kind of do that if you're not really comfortable with having it in here. So yeah, kind of how you do that. Uh,
Landing gear down. Landing complete.
yeah. See, nobody had to know that, cowboy. Nobody had to know that. All right. He's an honest man. He's an honest man. Yeah, sometimes it could be the worst enemy. Yeah, yeah. So I mean, and again, we always have to keep in mind that the game is, being developed. Some things are going to be finished faster than others, and so, um, most people think so. There's a traditional method of project management, right? It's called the waterfall method, and this is what most people are used to for things going like one after the other. Like you don't move on to something until the other thing is finished. Well, um, software development, which includes game development, has moved away from that. Like they do a more what I know people have heard this term, but it's more agile development. So you don't necessarily do it in that way, right? You break larger pieces into smaller pieces and then you finish those components. Well, the problem the good thing about companies like CIG and Star Citizen, that um, the good and the bad thing, right, is that because people aren't used to seeing the game in this particular state, people, because they're able to get into the development as it's being developed and you're watching the world, like they said in last CitizenCon, you're watching them develop the world around you. Some things are going to be incomplete and some things are not going to be fully worked out, and you're going to encounter, and they're going to, some things they're going to think that's going to be good, but then once they add some other element to it, it's going to cause some other bugs. But that's the nature of software development, you know what I mean? So what the tricky part is, we don't necessarily we're not used to seeing that part of the process. So for most people, they still equate this with being a finished game, and it's not a finished game, right? They look at it like, why is this game so buggy? Why is this, and you could tell by them the term that they use. Why is this game so buggy? Well, because it's not a game. You're playing an unfinished product, right? Is it at this playable state? Yes, you could play it, but it's not the complete product. So you can't think about it that way, right? So it's just a shift in your mindset of knowing, and that's even when you look at the roadmap on the website, right? That shows you their sprints, right? They're doing sprints. They're doing, and typically it's like monthly. So now the monthly updates are really coming out in a sprint format where it's month by month they're coming up with pieces of the whole, right? Now, granted, those pieces, the biggest piece was like Chris Roberts said, was the infrastructure, the technology that they needed to even make it work the way they wanted it to work. That was the biggest piece. So now that they've got that working, they've got that, they've proven that concept, they're good to go with that. They can start adding the other pieces. It doesn't mean that it's finished. It doesn't mean that there's not going to be tweaks to it. It doesn't mean that there's not going to be performance improvements. Hey, Kofa man, good to see you, man. Good to have you in here. Yeah, right. But it's okay, because most people think, it's just like with Steam and early access, right? You find the same problem there, where people will, it says, okay, you're getting into early access, right? And which technically means you're in like an alpha slash beta state, depending on where it is. And typically they're a little bit further along than when you were able to get into this game. But you know, it's just being able to switch gears, and everybody's not a software developer, right? So it's okay. It's just a matter of, if somebody's explaining it to you, you have to try to understand it from that perspective. Don't just go with what you feel like it should be. You know what I mean? Go with what they're telling you. Let me read your comment. It's only annoying when it's not my fault. I'm a little heavy on the throttle and the wrist. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Yeah. Yeah. He's in a rush. But um F12 and getting in the games because people don't read the text. Right. See, yeah, because it's you can immerse yourself in this game. So yeah, I like to close out the chat and just really just kind of be in the game. Um, because it's fun, and if you like this, see, and I'm a strategic thinker, so like I like to think about what my next move is. So as you can see, like I got my MPUV cargo, right? And this is for Novum too, if you're still watching. Um, so, because I know you said you wanted, so for civilian ops, right? You would use the Idris. You would put your civilian ships, the ones that you can fit. If you can't fit them in the Idris, then then you turn it into a convoy, right? You turn it into it'll literally be an industrial op, right? And I've talked about this with people in my org already too. It'll be an industrial op, right? So you might have your reclaimers flying with the Idris, and you might have some fighters. Like I got my fighter in there. You might have a couple of fighters in here. Some smaller industrial ships like the Golem or the Fortune. In here where you're carrying it's used as a carrier, right? So the ship would be used as a carrier to carry those ships that wouldn't necessarily fly in the fleet, right? They're not either large industrial ships, which also means they can take some damage, and or defensive ships, made to defend, right? So, and again, depending on what you're trying to do, that's kind of where you kind of find yourself. So yeah, um, you would have those ships, and then once you're ready, and I'm reconfiguring this. That's why I'm kind of doing this now, but I'm reconfiguring this to be able to take some of these ships out. Um, so I can still get out with my golem, but I can also take out my salvage because in the Aaron Halo, uh, yeah, no, you definitely you can do that now. Like, especially with the amount of people that you have working with you. Um, those are things, tangible, real tangible things you could do right now. I would just reach out to Gino, reach out to the leaders and let them know, hey, look, this is what we want to do. We want to do this. So let's plan this out. You know, um, and yeah, spend a an ops night out here in the Aaron Belt, right? So as you can see little asteroids out there, but of course the Aaron Belt goes around the Stanton star, so you got plenty to do, right? So you could, yeah, I know, and that's okay, because again, you don't necessarily need a whole lot of people, and see if some of the other players in the org might want to get their feet wet in learning, you know, learning some industrial, right? Um, and you never know. They might be like, yeah, okay, that's cool. You know, I know you guys kind of go out there and do your thing, um, but that'd be a good experience in training, right? Getting your training, um, organizing your training program in the civilian ops, right? So that you can, hone it, because it's easier for you to do that at this level than it would be for you to do it once you have like 100 people, right? Then it's going to be a little more difficult to do it. But if you get everything kind of organized now, and then people just start coming in, like Coffee Man, right? He was, you know, we were talking, and he's real big on space trucking, right? So, that's his thing. Yeah, exactly. I've been trying to get joint ops thing going. Yeah, yeah. So, and if you want to do a joint op with Vanguard with our org, I'm all for it. Me and that's how I first met you guys was through Ragar, right? Like, I was helping him. I would help him do salvaging and stuff like that. So, you know, I mean, that's how I started off, with you guys. So, yeah, definitely. If you want to use the Vanguard Citadel, if you want us to run with this with you, then hey, by all means, just let me know. We can have Cowboy as some security, and my other and some of my other players, we can have them run security, right? Um, because out here you don't really have to worry about security as much as you would, but I wouldn't necessarily just leave yourself, you know, defenseless, right? Because you never know. Even though it's huge and it's kind of hard for people just to pinpoint you in a place that doesn't have quantum markers, but you know, uh, Occam's razor, right? I mean, whatever can happen will happen. So, you know, this is the thing, and you just want to practice that as well. Industrial is good in theory if you make competitive amount of money. Well, So Kaufman, one thing about that statement that's not true. It's good regardless of whether you make money or not. And the reason why is because when they introduce crafting, which will be here pretty soon, right? After 4.3.2, they're going to be introducing crafting, right? Um, Mostly with 4.4. When they do that, crafting is going to take materials, right? So industrial is therefore going to become one of the staples of the game. You're going to need people who are going to be feeding materials, right? So what you're doing is going to be super important, right? We're going to have to pay you to transport the goods for us, right? Or have our own people transporting the goods. And then also, you know, we're going to have to refine it. We're gonna have to then we have to craft with it, right? Whatever we're trying to craft, and then stuff like that. So there's other uses for it besides just making money. Even though that's really what the main use for it right now is, right? So yeah, that's a big part of how the game is going to grow is that essential industrial piece, which is why Nix is an industrial system, right? They're introducing Nix. That is an industrial system. How do we know that? The Levski is an industrial base, right? It's built into an asteroid, a huge asteroid. Um, there's lots of resources in Nix compared to Stanton and Pyro, right? Because there's all these asteroids, there's all these resources around, right? You also know that because the Vanduul, right? They are constantly coming in there trying to get these materials, right? And they're fighting for that, so it's really interesting, and it's gonna be a whole lot bigger, right? So as you start to grow in your space trucking, right? You're gonna be doing the interstellar trucking, right? Logistics, where you're gonna be going from system to system, right? Which is just getting you ready for when if you do link up or when these big orgs like ours and B tiers, when you get to a point where you're going to start needing these things, you're going to be one of those people, if you can be trusted, because there will be a reputation system. If you mess up your reputation, that's on you. People are not going to deal with you. So but they'll use you if that's the case, and you'll be able to make a lot of money, if that's your thing. And then can you just make money and buy the stuff off of people who make the stuff? Absolutely. You don't necessarily have to be the person making the stuff, right? You can choose your own path, and that's what they were saying about that as well. So that's what I'm excited about. One of the things I'm excited about. I'm also excited about that Genesis system, man. That's one of the biggest things I'm excited about. It's whoo, that's gonna be awesome. But I'll let y'all give me some more questions or comments. Yeah, yeah. That's what Gina has to get with you about, because I do not lead B2 or speak for B tier. Right, right. No, exactly, exactly. And I've had these conversations with him, so it's okay. I am the leader of Vanguard, so I do speak for Vanguard. But I've had these conversations with him and with Rhaegar, right? So um, the big thing is just making sure that you know we organize it. Look for the closest one. Make sure you check all the angles. You're in space, so it's 360 degrees. I think this is the, yeah, I want to say this one is the closest one. Not the fastest ship. Eugenio and Rhaegar have known each other for about a decade already, so we have a close relationship. Yes, it's always good to give tips, but I would never demand. Yeah, no, I mean, it's not about demanding, right? Like, yeah, no, I mean, you shouldn't. I mean, it's not a point of demanding it, right? Like, I don't think, you know, when you're working in a cooperative group, you know, I don't think you want to demand anything anyway. You know what I mean? Like, I think that's, but you shouldn't feel like you're, you shouldn't feel like you're, nope. That is not what I wanted to do. Well, actually, that is what I wanted to do. You shouldn't feel like, you know, the things that you want to do is like a, you know, demand. Yeah, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, Novum comes in here pretty often, so I appreciate that. Yeah, you know, you want to, so we just scanned it, right? So now let's go and see what the composition is. It's 65% iron, 23% Vexillite. And yeah, so I'm going to get it just because. I think I blew it up. I think I put too much into it. Y'all bear with me. I'm trying to remember how to do this. It's been a while. Hope this is not a. And there's a way for you to like scan it and find out what it is. Oh yeah, it's definitely. Okay. Let's try this again. There we go. Why don't I see? There we go. Okay. Oh. Okay, there we go. All right. There we go. There we go. It's a little sloppy, I'll admit. Definitely sloppy. Yep. I'm pretty, you know, I've done it before, but it's been a while, so I'm a little rusty, you know. But as you can see, it's fairly simple. Um, I'll show you guys after this, and you can see like my cargo, right? Um, like right here is the cargo. It's showing you like how much you're getting. Server lag. I can't move at all. What did I do? It's something. Let me look at my power distribution. No, not that. Okay, anyway, so over here you can see your composition. Once I do the other part again, then I'll have someone that is swapping your cargo while you only mine for if it's right, exactly. So, and the way that will work with the Idris is you would have the pods on there. Someone would bring it out to you with the cargo with the MPUV, right? Because they're only 16, which fits on the MPUV. You would detach the one that they, and then reattach the empty one. But in either case, you don't want to get too far away from the mothership, basically is the way that it all works out. So got something real quick. Ain't no. Let me go backwards and forwards. Right, exactly, cowboy. You already know. And that's why I'm saying, you just got to kind of think ahead about what you want to do with a lot of this stuff, you know, um, and just kind of make it work until then, really, honestly. What am I turning off when I do that? I wonder. Let me see. Let me see if I can. No, 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 not that. No. It's not giving me that. So, don't think that's it. May have to do a Alt F4, see if that fixes it. I'll open up new opportunities. Operation ways. Yep, exactly. Cab the helm reminds me of Halo 2 Marine pilots. Okay, so my cargo is going up, so we'll just let it keep going until it disappears, and then we'll try to sort out issue with the thrusters. And if worse come to worse, we'll have to there it goes. Worst come to worst, we have to oh, I think I know what it is. There it is. Yep, I knew what it was. I knew what it was. I knew what I did. So there's a bug where it will, if you're, even if you're in mining mode, it will lower your throttle. And so, yeah, that's a thing. But so my throttle was all the way down, even though technically I wasn't. That signature looks a little too big, but check it out anyway. There's a few of them over here. I do like the Levski stuff that they have in there. Okay, corundum and laranite. Okay. Corundum and laranite. Nice. All of these gonna have corundum and laranite. $53 and $32. That's 52 and 45. Yeah, let's do this one first. Impossible. And this one is easy. I guess we have to do this one. Full. All right, let's head back. Yep, so now we go back and we take the pods off, right? Oh, shoot. Yeah. That's the other thing. My favorite part was Genesis. But you already know this. I don't know why they're not stacking to the grid. That's interesting. Oh, hold on, everyone. Okay. Yeah, I loved it all too. No, I don't really want to pick one, right? Well, I think they did a good job overall. I think the Knicks announcement was awesome, but I think I'm most excited for Tactical Strike. I knew that was going to be your answer. Yeah, I knew that was going to be it for you. Oh yeah, we was talking last night too, Cowboy. So you know you gotta get ready. So you know what? This is what I'm gonna do. Now it's time for me to do some logistics.
Landing gear raised.
Okay, so let's go back to Rue. I'm gonna jump into my Starlancer Max, and I'm gonna load it up with some pods and stuff from Seraphim. And then I'm gonna bring it back out there, and then I'm gonna take it off of that, put it into the Aegis, fly the Starlancer back, grab my fighter, and then fly it back. But this is the beauty of doing it. This is doing it solo, right? Which is the title for this particular stream. This is how you would have to do it solo. But doing it as an org, that's the benefit of doing it as a group of people, you know. And yeah, you could do it as a small group, 2 or 3, but having like more people is even better, you know. Yeah, when you say fixed, what do you mean? In what way? Yeah, that's what I want to know, Cowboy. Now, are you talking about the PDCs? If you're talking about the PDCs, then yeah, I can understand that. But they don't necessarily need to fix the PDCs. I think the PDCs work as intended. They shoot at red targets. But they need to fix the targeting system to where that your party members don't become red to you. Yeah, yeah. So I get what you're saying. Okay. I thought that's what you meant, but I just wanted to be sure if there was something that I wasn't aware. I was like, "Uh-oh, what else do we need to have on our radar here?" Okay. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, I agree. They definitely need to get those kind of situated. And again, not those specifically, but just get that issue situated by fixing the targeting system, to where if you're in a party, and really honestly, it should do like a friendly fire thing. Like if you're in a party, you can't really shoot at your party member, um, because what'll end up happening is people will infiltrate your party just to destroy you. But if they want that element, right? They want that element of, uh, danger to be present in there, clear and present danger, right? Then that's fine. Like if you can have some pretty epic story arcs of somebody like turning rogue and like destroying a squadron, right? Uh, of pilots, or killing a couple of pilots, and turning rogue, and you have to hunt them down or something like that, right? That would be pretty awesome. So, yeah, I mean, actually, did I? I don't know if I got it. I have it there or not. Dang. No. It's in Orison. Okay, let me just go to Orison. I remember. I think I claimed all of it back to Orison, so just head there. But yeah, mm-hmm. Next release not going to be well. We're doing these certain missions where capital and fighters need to work together. Yeah, yeah, exactly. Um, and that's 4.4, right? That's next month, so it's something that needs to be in the pipeline, or either. But that's why I don't think that particular mission is going. That particular mission is not going to be the strike groups like that are not going to be in there at the release of it. So they still got time to do that. I think by the middle of next year, they want all of that stuff to kind of all be in. Um, so we got some time for that part, but the mission that where you have to go and do the investigation missions, kind of like the ASD missions, right? Those are definitely going to be pretty fun too. And fighting the Vandul, right? No, we got to fight the Vandul as well. Let me check something. Merc Covenant. Yeah, and don't forget Rock Cracker, right? The Rock Cracker, you're gonna have to actually, that's a combination of industry and military. Oh yeah, the Frontier Fighter finale. Right. uh, yeah, it's gonna be cool. You know, I think it's gonna be cool. Um, it sets the stage. You know. So I'm okay with that. I did play it a little bit in the PTU. So, and what's really cool about it is there's more missions that you can do versus like you don't just have to do the ones that send you to Pyro, right? There are other missions to do as well.
Your vehicle has been moved to our storage facility.
Yeah, there we go. There's my baby.
Your vehicle has
Now I don't think I have any ore pods. Let's see, containers. I got a geo resource pod. Yeah, no, I don't. I just got the store all. Give me 1 second here. All right. So we're gonna go to Seraphim, pick up some pod. You excited for the event? Is the event in December? No. So the Frontier Fighter finale is coming in with 4.3.2. That's being tested in PTU right now. Now, I haven't heard it being called the Battle for Pyro per se, um, as the official name of like an event, but that's the story arc, right? The story arc about it is the freedom fighters. I mean, not the freedom, but the frontier fighters are fighting against CFP and the headhunters to gain control over Pyro, right? And this is a nod to what org warfare will be later, um, or faction warfare, should I say? Because in Pyro, you'll be able to take over like the system, right? In places like lawless systems and stuff like that. So um it's kind of showing you that from an NPC perspective, but from a player perspective, of course, it's going to look a whole lot different. Yeah, good stuff. But yeah, I'm not sure, and I don't think they have announced officially, but I could be wrong about that. Um, and let me do a quick little search. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything specifically about that. Uh, oh, and there is a release candidate coming out for 4.3.2 today. So be on the lookout for that. Once that comes out, I'll probably end up streaming some of that too. But oh really? Let me see. On the roadmap, let's see. Location, missions and events. Oh, fight for Pyro's storyline. Yeah. So yeah, fight for Pyro storyline. Yeah. Uh-huh. Yeah, that's the one I was talking about. Yeah. So Frontier Fighters finale, right, is the fight for Pyro storyline. Yeah, you're right. Um, it's a work in progress right now. It's tentative. There is no release date specifically, but it's a new event in 4.3.2, right? So it's being tested in 4.3.2 right now, and that's what I was saying. But they introduced like new um, missions, which is really cool because those missions have you going to take out, like if it's bounty missions, it has you going to take out like frontier fighter commanders and stuff like that. It's really cool, so I'm excited about that too. And of course the system mission is the hunt for the Polaris, right? So you have to go and hunt for that because last time it was bugged, so they had to stop it, and then they're redoing it, and then it'll come out with this as well. So that's part of that too. So yeah, it's called the Fight for Pyro. Right? When you said Battle for Pyro, I was kind of thrown off a little bit, but I thought I knew what you were talking about. I just wanted to be sure. I want to see. I want to see if I can use this as a destination in the cargo. I'm gonna store it. Negative. Um, Cowboy Nix is coming next month, which is November, right? So Nix will be here next month. But if you're talking about that mission that they were talking about, the mission, what's it called? The intersect mission. Then yeah, it may come in a little bit after the patch releases. But no, Nix will be here in November. So and when is IAE again, Cowboy? You remember those dates more than I do.
Welcome to the ASOP Vehicle Retrieval System. Your vehicle has been placed with a designated.
Looks like this server is struggling a little bit. I may jump servers. Get some screen tearing. I need to fix that. I need to see what that is. I changed some settings that I need to on my monitor. Let me make sure that's not it. Refresh rate, extreme response. This. Hold on 1 second. Okay. Can I choose it? No, it won't let me do it. Dang. Okay. All right. That's fine. So we need these. Let's see. I'm gonna do 4 of those. And I think that's it, right? That's all we need. Yeah, so I think I might get a couple more. That's about 3 more. had a pretty big fight last night, so I had a lot of repair I had to do with the yeah, I was talking with Krob last night too. Um, and we're gonna start stockpiling some of that stuff. Yeah, yeah. You were there, right? No, yeah, you were there. Had a big fight, and yeah, had a lot of repairs on the Citadel. So I had like 3 mil. Now I'm down to like hundreds of thousands, which money comes and goes. It's not a big deal. Let me see something. Yeah, I don't have any on me. Yeah, no, it wasn't bugged out.
Quality medicines that you need at a price
Actually
you'll
got
love.
bombed,
Wait times. Choose convenience. Choose Kelto RX.
and it's an exploit for people who know how to do it. But it's a bug because people can bomb you and not necessarily destroy the ship, but it'll still kill you on the inside, which shouldn't really happen in that way. Oh shoot, I better check in if I want some service. Huh?
At Kelto RX, medicine isn't only about healing.
Oh yeah, it's bugged in that sense,
Ask for MedTech, optional medical services.
and people have been taking advantage of that lately. So
Getting the right treatment
I
is
already
better than
reported the issue to CIG. No, 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 no. I'm good, bro. Nah, I don't ever ask y'all for anything like that. I enjoy doing it. Plus, we have some resources. It's fine. If I need some, I can get it. You know, I was just looking at buying ore pods, but I'm not gonna. I'm Cowboy. He's messing around. He said I'm getting it for the long haul. Yeah,
medicine
yeah, long haul, as in maybe like 2 or 3 trips, but not. I'm not gonna like. That's something we're gonna do as a org. I'm not really. That I'm not gonna focus on that per se. Let's put it like that. But I do enjoy it. It's not too bad. Like as you can see, it doesn't take that long. And then, but once I get all of these full, then I'll take it to the refining,
ASOC vehicle retrieval system.
and then we'll refine it.
Vehicle selected. Stand by. Your please visit us again.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know. It wouldn't be the first time. Now, if I was in the middle of a fight and I needed to repair and I didn't have anything on me, then yeah. Typically that's if like one of my officers are not on, then you know I would definitely need something like that. Oh my God, it's doing that bug
Welcome to the
thing
ASOC
again.
vehicle retrieval system. Please visit us again. Welcome to the ASOC vehicle retrieval system. Please visit us again. Welcome to the ASOC vehicle retrieval system.
See, now it won't even says that
Welcome
it's
to the ASOC
unknown.
retrieval system. Please visit us again.
So I'm gonna have to claim it. Figures. Fresh Prince of Bel-Air, when Uncle Phil tells Will that people open doors for him as he opens doors for others, and figure his speech saying like everyone needs help. Yeah, yeah, yeah. No, you're absolutely right.
Welcome
There's no worries.
to the ASOP vehicle retrieval system.
I'm just saying that I don't actually need help at the moment, but if I do, I would definitely reach out,
Please
you
visit us
know.
again.
And I've done that. Like if we were in the middle of an op and the ship was needed some repair and I didn't have enough to do it. Like one time I needed like 1 million or something. Last night was like over 1 million total, uh, but it wasn't that much though. But Cowboy tell you like there's a I can go and get like 1 million every hour. Like it's not that difficult for me to get money. You know, I just don't really focus on it. you know, uh, you know, I get money so much I don't really like. That's not one of my. You know, it's not something I just kind of drill in on, if you will. You know, so so it's cool. But right. Yep. And I've been, you know, on the other side of that where I've had like hundreds of millions, and it's just again for me, I just enjoy playing the game, right? So yeah, that's cool. None of it will last past release, right? Once release comes, everything gets reset back to zero. So it's not that serious. You know, people put a lot of emphasis on it, but you know, I'm not really worried about it. We've made, you know, Cowboy tell you we made so much money doing all types of stuff, and we were actually reminiscing about that last night, Cowboy, how we used to make so much money. I was telling them about your exploits with cargo stacking uh, while he was gone. but you know, with different types of cargo, whether it was salvage or you know getting doing bounties, and you know our one of our big things is bounties. So you know doing bounties and getting the cargo off of them and going and selling it, you know, stuff like that. Like we made so much money, it's ridiculous. Like it's so it's not really a big deal, um, but yeah, but I appreciate the gesture though, for sure. Right. And there's nothing wrong with that, right? Because you should try to find the exploit, report it so they can do something about it, right? But the problem comes in when people start trying to use the exploits over and over and over for unfair advantage, because what happens is they actually um, they actually mess up, they corrupt the data that the developers are trying to gather from the system, right? That's why exploits are not a good thing, right? It's good for you to find them, but it's not a good thing for you to just keep doing them, because it feeds false data into the system, which makes it where um, people can't, you know, for instance, like economy data, right? If you're doing an exploit that makes you rich fast and they don't do anything about it, or they can't do anything about it, like right off, and you continuously do that, then they have to adjust for that So it just makes everything a lot harder. And people don't really understand that because, of course, we're just, a lot of times we're just gamers on the side of the gamers, So for us, it's fun. It's, cool. We're getting money pretty easily or whatever the case may be. But for them, it makes their job a lot harder. Right. Exactly. 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 So,
Welcome to the ASOP Vehicle Retrieval System. Your vehicle has placed visitors again.
yeah. So if you ever had that problem and you need to fix it, you pretty much just have to claim the ship. That's not ideal for people who have stuff on the ship, but that's one way to fix it. Now, usually I would move it closer to do this, but worry about it. Hold on 1 second. Yeah, it's so awesome, having good people, to play with and to do these ops with and to share in your triumphs and your learning and, just kind of be there, So, yeah, it's definitely been a great experience allying with you guys with B tier. I highly recommend them to anyone who's looking for an org, um, as well as us. Um, definitely good group of people. Um, if you're not trying to do all the exploits and griefing and pirating and stuff like that, then you definitely got a home in the Vanguard or the Brothers of Tier. So I highly recommend it to people. I think I only got 3 more, right? Actually, I don't want to put it right there. I want to put it on the other side. So let's just do that. So once we get these ore pods on here, then we'll take them back to the Idris, make a delivery. Drop those off. Then I'm going to fly the Star Lancer back and well, I don't know. Do I want to do that? Do I want to leave it there just in case I need to go back and get some more? Nah, I think it'd be all right. I think I will. Yeah, I'll just wait because I'm gonna need to take the stuff that I mine and take it to a refinery anyway. Um, so either one or two things in this situation, and this goes for like anybody who's watching is kind of like trying to do stuff like this in the game. So break it down to be a couple of options. I can either load up on this, right? Fill it up with cargo. Or and fly it away from the Idris, leave the Idris out there, which I'll probably end up doing it that way. Yeah, I just answered my own question. But it's a couple of options. Like, so if you don't have like a lot of people, right, to do it, then you may fly the Idris back and dock it and then do all that, do it that way. Or you can fly this back after you fill it back up because I'm gonna have two. I took two pods off, so once I fill up these, that'll be so 2 + 7 is gonna be 9, right? And so I'll have 9 ore pods full to process, and so I can leave the I can leave the Idris out there so I can just quantum back to it without having to try to find it again. Which is not that difficult to find. Once you figure out how to do it, I mean, it's pretty easy to do it after that. But um, I'll leave it out there for the sake of simplicity for everybody. And if you want to check out how I got out here, go and check out my last stream because that's where I did it from last night. So yeah, this is solo base, you know. So whether you're on a planet and you have your own, see, this is the beauty of having like a forward operating base like the Citadel that you see out there, gleaming in the like a beacon in the dark, right? Um, you can always, even whether you're on a planet, you know, in the middle of nowhere mining stuff, right? Or whether you're out in space mining or salvaging on the planet or in space, you know, you can, you know, it's still the same principle, you know. So that would be, you have to treat it like your go to place, right? So everything centers around that. So as you use your base, so for instance, and that will turn into, you won't necessarily have to have a big ship like this, right? It's good if you do. And if you want to get one, I mean, if you can afford it, it doesn't put you in a bind and all that good stuff. I highly recommend getting you one if it's part of the gameplay that you want to do. But if it's not, then hey, so be it. And if you're just tuning in and you haven't necessarily gotten into Star Citizen just yet, I'm going to put a couple of links in the chat so you can join the org or and you can use my referral code to get Star Citizen and get a little extra for joining the fight. So I'm curious to hear what everybody thinks. What do you think they should do um, next after the things that they announced at CitizenCon? If you watch CitizenCon, right? What do you think they should work on next? If you had to say so in the direction of what they did next, what would it be? I'm curious to hear what you guys think, and then I'll tell you what I think. Obviously, one thing about Guru, he's got an opinion. Cowboy will tell you. So I would take the MPUV cargo, right? And then I would move the stuff using that if I just wanted to be a little spicy with it. But if as it you know, with a group, if you had like multiple MPUV cargos, I mean MPUV tractors, then you could actually take it and move the stuff that way, right? Uh, take this one out first. So yeah, so that's how you would kind of do that. Um, the ore pods seem to have an issue where they're not sticking to the grid in here. At least not to this. Oh, there it is. Yeah, there it is. Now it's sticking to it. I guess maybe if it's just full, that it won't stick to it. Maybe that's the issue. But these didn't stick. So maybe it's just if they're full. So we're gonna put these on here once we get these off. Oh, not that one. Oh yeah, this the side that only has. I mean 3. Excuse me. And so yeah. And you can get 4 of them in a container hold. Or 16 size boxes in the container hold. And I want to say there's like 14 of the container holds. Let's say 14 on the Idris. There we go. Okay. Matter of fact, let me go ahead. I'm going to put these on this side. Come on. Come out of there, baby. Huh. So they're not sticking to this either. Huh. Interesting. Okay. That is interesting. So that's definitely a bug. And I'm pretty sure. Oh, there it is. It just okay. So it was because I was so far away. All right, got it. But I think that's still a bug. It still should like be able to do it. Oh, and look, and that's oh nice. Okay, it's working now. Okay, well that's fine. Good. Working as intended, everyone. Stay calm and let the system work. Let it cook, as they say. Love it when this game works. It's truly an amazing game. Like, and even when it doesn't work, like it's still an amazing game. Like, there's nothing like this game, and I'm so glad that they're actually developing this game because, whew, game industry's been lacking lately. So what we're gonna do? Oh, not that one. Sit them down there. Seem to be missing one. Did it fly off into space? Is that? Where'd it go? Huh. Interesting. I had set. Okay, remember we gotta reload Golem too, so let's go ahead and put 2 of these in there. That's lined up. Yep. Okay. And now that we have our transport ship, since we're not using the Idris as, so I could very well use the Idris as the transport ship. I don't necessarily have to. Okay, it snapped. It's just not showing the ghost. Oh, what am I doing? I'm supposed to be putting that on there. I could use the Idris as the transport ship. But I think the value of using Star Lancer is that I can keep this ship out there and not have to worry about coming back and finding my place. I just want to check and see if I'm missing something because, oh yeah, let me move this a little bit closer to. Okay. If it didn't fly away. Up here, if I can't see it, that's fine. And I may be able to get in there and scan for it too, but I'm not going to worry about it too much and make sure it's not up under the ramp. I'm not too concerned about it. Pretty sure I had another one. So we'll leave that right there. Can't get through here, but I'm gonna move this anyway just to get the extra space. If you want to know what I do on my free time, you can see. Life Force. Okay. And remember, the MPUV personnel is down in the MPUV cargo hangar. For some reason, it's like slows me down, like right there in that spot for some interesting. I don't know what that is. Okay. Anyway, so that way I can come in and out freely. Okay. Now let's go back out there and get back to work. Oh yeah, brother. Got a lot of practice, man. Oof, look at that. That's a lot. Oh, that's debris. Nice. We got a debris field right here. Oh, that's sweet. See, I could do some scraping. Huh. Let's see. Okay. Keep searching. Is there something closer? I think so. Alright, so we'll just go to this one. He's- M-type. I don't think I can break this, but medium. Okay, it's medium. gonna take a while though for that to fill up. But that's fine. We're here for the long haul. And I don't think I've upgraded anything on this ship. So I don't know if I can upgrade the mining laser to a better mining laser or not. But I think I do have some modules or whatnot, but I don't know if those are hand. I don't think they are though. I think they go into the ship. I have to look next time I'm in Orison. Y'all remind me to store this and check the vehicle loadout so I could see. $67% titanium is not that bad. 106 SCU. Should fill up before it gets to overcharging. But we should be fine. I think I need to break it again, right? Take it nice and slow. Yeah, it's supposed to be pretty good out here. And this one is 100% titanium, so we should only get titanium from this one. think that was it, right? No, I don't want that one. %, titanium on this one too. Okay, good. Looks like we're gonna get all titanium from this one. That's good. Let's check this one out. 100%. Nice. Okay. Ah, I see what I was doing wrong. The alt is for the speed of the ship, and then without it, it's just the laser power. Okay. For some reason, I was thinking I had to hit alt at the same time. This is where you have some music on and you're just having a relaxing day, just kind of mining and salvaging, nothing really going on. Take it back. And I'll probably end up just pulling up next to the Star Lancer and loading that up from here. Oh, wasn't even moving. Wondering why I wasn't getting closer. And that, my good friends, is that. Oops. Let's load it back up with some more pods. Two more runs and we'll have a full, well, not a full load, but we'll have a load enough for us to go and do some stuff, go and do some refining. Yeah, that was the debris. So yeah, I can still see it. That's cool. So I'll be able to come back to the debris, which is here. And then from there, I want to try to get back to where I was with the titanium. I just prove the concept. I can get back to the debris field. Is it going to show me? I don't think it's going to show me the rocks I cracked. Here though. I think it was generally in this direction. Have a strong signal. I don't want to run into it either. Forget it. So that was a full 32 SCU of titanium. So that's fine. But that is actually right there. So actually, let me go. Oh, what is this? Oh, that's the debris field. Okay. Let's go back here real quick. Then I'm gonna go down there, I think. Now just think about when you'll be able to break big rocks like that. That's gonna be awesome. want something that's a little more pure, like the other one was. Let's go over here. Woo! Tried to take me out. Hmm. 1.6 SEU, no thanks. Okay, what was the signature on that? Show me now. I think the one that we did was like 5, right? It was like 5,000 and some change. So let's look for one that's like that. Debris field. $1,700. $1,500. $1,500. $1,700. $1,700. Huh. Looks like that's all we got around in this area. So looks like we're gonna have to do it that way, and that's fine. I mean, I got a little spoiled with the pure titanium one. $20,000. Wow. 10,000. Wow. Is that the debris field? Oh yeah, that's the debris. Okay. Then it pops up as 10, in between 10 and 20,000. Okay. That makes sense. Let's go over here, see what this is. And for the sake of time and the stream, I'll just do whatever it is. It's the S type. S type is the small, I think, right? I want to say it's small. Not bad, but I want to see what this is. What is this? Ooh, let's go see what that is. 1800. Yeah, I wish you could. Not yet, you can't. But I would imagine eventually you'll be able to do it. That was close. It was close. Okay, so we got some more here. So let's see. I just want to see. So that was 18. This is 17. That's 18. 19. Okay. Now we're getting a little bigger here. View type. Not too bad. A lot of aluminum. We'll see if we can't get like some 100% brakes in there. Because we're not after any specific one, so it's not that serious. That's a 1900. I want to go back to that one. If these don't turn up something. Let's go to this 1900 one. Yeah. Interesting. Split off into two different ones. Super close to each other. Asteroid E-type. Still see that. Anium and Terranite. Yeah, let's try it. Not changing. The bar is not changing, so I can't really see how close it is to fracturing besides the visual indicators. Trying to be careful. Maybe it's bugged. Oh, no, there it is. Right. Yeah, it's only 1.9 anyway. That's fine. We won't worry about that. Let's go here. type. Okay, there we go. Adding a little suspense to it, cowboy. Vexilite quartz. Oops. That one blew up super fast. This one won't fracture. I think it's bugged. I'm not gonna worry about it. Yeah, let me see. I want to try it out though. I want to see if I can make it. Yeah. All right, I made it blow up that time. I can see the bar on this one, so we'll do this one. There we go. 100% aluminum. That was a good one. %, inert. 100% inert. .99% aluminum. That's funny. We'll go ahead and take it. Inert, and that's inert. All right. So, But yeah, as you can see, if you're out here doing this, you're pretty much, pretty chill. You don't have to worry about people messing with you. You got salvage panels. You got uh, mining. So you got all the things that you would need to do, and you could literally spend like a while out here. Like this could be like a week long. I mean, technically, it could be an ongoing operation, right? You can have ongoing operations out here and just continuously like mine and salvage with no one messing with you. So for all those industrial people out there, think about it. Of course, it requires you to have like some kind of ship, supply ship, some kind of cargo ship for you to be able to put a lot of this stuff into, right? So keep that in mind. Right, titanium. Yeah, let's crack it. The rock cracker without the rock cracker. Impossible. All right. How much is? Oh, it's 131 SCU. That's why. Okay. Huh. Interesting. Check this to see how big it is. It's Q type as well, like that one was. So I'm curious to see how big it is. If I can fracture it. If I had two moles out here, I could definitely do it. Well, not two moles, but two golems. But if I had a mole, I could do it too. So, yeesh. Faster, faster. Yeah, no, look at that. There, there we go. Now we're talking. Let's see what it is. think this is the best one so far. All right. Let's see what we got. And to really be efficient, you want to get the same stuff in one haul, right? You want to get either one item or like a couple of items, and all of it be the same thing, um, with the least amount of inert materials possible. But because we're basically just out here just doing this, it's not that serious. Right, we're a fool. We jump back to the ship. Yeah. Huh. Interesting. Yeah, that's pretty interesting. You could actually see the minables. Offloaded to the max. Oh, I knew it was a server error. No, I didn't forget. Um, for some reason, they had the pip 36 gigameters away for the max. So that's that's what happened. But I couldn't turn off the ship, so I knew it was something going on. You know how sometimes the pip travels when the ship doesn't travel? I think that's what was going on. Or maybe I just got distracted. What's the moral of the story here? Don't freak out. The little server error or whatever. It's fine. It'll be okay. Don't do like Cowboys doing right now in the chat. Don't freak out, okay? I'm just messing with them. All right, and we're back. So let's shut that off, jump out. And we only got 2 more pods to fill up, so next time I think I'm gonna concentrate on one specific uh, resource just to kind of show you guys how to do it in a more strategic way. What did that say? Deploy weapon rack. Oh, nice. I didn't even realize that was right there. What's on this side? There's the fuel import. Oh, and storage is right here too. I don't see a button. Oh, there it is. Oh, nice. Look at that. Yeah, cool. Oh, well, that was interesting. It closed it up and seat came out. Once you get used to it, Cowboy, you kind of just know like what the display looks like if you're going in there straight, right? Ooh. Oh, hold on, slow down. Excuse me. Oof. Okay. That was interesting. Let it go. Pick it up. Then I might go out there and do some scraping before I actually take off. Since I got the Star Lancer, I can fill it up with scrap stuff too. Take it to take the material to refine it, and then take scrap and just store it for later. Okay, let's see here. What is this? 17. 17. And I think they just like randomly replenish inside the belt, so I think it's safe for you to just like, you know, as you keep doing it, they'll probably just keep spawning around you. But even if it doesn't, then you could just, you know, pack up shop, move to another location inside the belt, right? If you see that it's starting to thin out a lot, that means you're probably leaving the belt. So that would mean you would want to then start to think about going back in a different direction. But it's pretty big, so impossible. Impossible in every way. I think we're probably gonna be safe with the 17s. Know what I mean? We'll just stick with that. Oh, interesting. It actually showed me this one from that far away. see. Like 1.6 SCU, so we'll pass on that. See, that's the difference though. Like that's what we're trying to make sure that we have is enough. I think that's where this came from. Yeah. Curious. I don't know if there's really a way for you to be able to tell for sure. You know what I mean? Here we go. C-type. Yeah, it looks like an impossible, but we'll see. Medium. Come on, medium. Easy. Oh, nice. Even better. Aluminum. So we'll just try to get the aluminum. Oh, it wants me to break that. Break that one too, huh? That's inert. And that's inert. So those two are inert. Look at this one. Let me get it. Oh, not yet. Yeah. Yeah. So really just iron and you know, Vexilite, titanium. Yeah, well, so that's what I was explaining earlier in the stream, Cowboy. Not really just looking at it as money, you know, because some of this stuff will be required for like crafting and stuff like that. So I'm not just looking at it like getting money. Of course, there's nothing wrong with doing that just for the money, but that's not why I'm particularly out here. So, in other words, I haven't even really checked to see what some of this stuff is worth or anything. I've just been enjoying the process, you know. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, man, definitely. Check it out. A lot of good little nuggets, you know. Of course, I can't type while I'm playing, but hydration is down, so I'm gonna have to get ready to. Yeah, I think I'm full, almost full anyway. And I'm full. So, as you can see, pretty simple, nothing too extravagant. Since that other side is full, I think it's full. Fill it up. I want to say I did. Yeah. And we're gonna go in through here, take it off, and put it in there from this way. fueling works. As far as are you talking about fueling from inside of a capital ship? If that's what you're talking about, that's not in the game yet, but soon. Oh, fueling from space station. Um, when you say fueling from space stations, um, which ship are you asking me to show you that with, so I know? Uh, cool. We got plenty of room in here for either 216 or 16. Um, yeah, anyway. Ah, gotcha, gotcha. Um, hmm, interesting. I wasn't aware there was an issue with that though. I guess is where I'm kind of. What issue? Manual mode. Oh, manual mode. Okay, gotcha. Manual mode. So you're talking about actually doing it through. I think I know what you mean by manual mode. But you'll have to correct me if I'm wrong. But are you saying like when you go into it and manually choose how much you want to put in there? still a little bit confused. What you mean by that? I mean, I get what you mean by not from the Moby Glass automatic mode, but what way other than that are you aware of? Because to my understanding, that's the only way, other than doing it with a Starfarer. Now, if you do it like with a refueling ship, that's different. But um, yeah, I'm not aware of, because there is no console or anything like that for you to be able to do that. You know what I mean? So, now you say refuel. Do you mean refining? Are you talking about refining? Like going to the refinery and doing that? Is that what you're saying? But yeah, currently there's no way for you to like grab a fuel hose, connect it yourself, and like manually do it. Like there's no way for you to do that. If that's what you're asking. And again, I don't want to assume, so just let me know if I got that right. And if it is, then you can teach me something. No, I mean, I understand you said you're going to send me a clip, but I'm just saying like there's no way to manually do it. Um, you can land on the pads and use the Moby. You can do it from inside the hangar with the Moby, of course. Um, let's go get some of this. Well, that's what I'm saying. You're still talking about through the Moby glass though. Manual. So the what that means is in the Moby glass, if you want to do it manually, That just means that you manually choose the amount of fuel that you want to add instead of it just automatically filling up completely, you know. So, and think about it like this: the reason why that's there is you may have enough for half a tank, but not enough for a full tank. You would do manual mode, and then you could do it manually. You can actually do the half a tank versus doing a full tank, right? Or not being able to refuel at all because the auto is going to try to do the full thing, right? Um, that type of thing. So if that's what you're referring to, then yeah, that's how that works. Now, cool thing about that is like with a ship like the Starfarer, and I was just talking about this before. Well, last night, you you have fuel tanks on the Starfarer, so you can manually fill up those tanks with the while you're at the station. So you can do auto for the regular and then go into manual and you can fill up extra tanks, which is really what that's used for. The other example I just kind of use as a basic example just to get you to understand the concept, um but yeah. I don't think I didn't put the other head on there, so it does like a small area. Well, here's the thing, like you don't necessarily need to do anything other than um and I can show you, but I just wanted to fill up this real quick. Um but I forgot I don't have the braids on here. So this is going to take a little minute. But for in general, you really only use manual for like refueling ships that are for refueling at this moment. Now, at a certain point, they'll have a purpose, but right now they don't really have a purpose other than to do that, you know. Um, because most times you're not trying to not fill up your fuel, right? You are trying to fill it up, so you just by you just doing auto, I mean you can do that. So now, Cowboy, if you know of some other purpose to that, then feel free to enlighten us. But I don't think there's any other purpose to that specifically. At the moment, currently. Did they say something about why they do manual in the clip that you watched, or were they just really just kind of telling you about it? They didn't really give you a strategy. They just was just showing you that it was a thing. And if I'm not mistaken, I think they got it where manual is, you can't really do manual unless you're in a Starfarer, but I can't remember. It's been, I played this game for so long. Sometimes some of this stuff just kind of, maybe I'm not up to date on everything. So if there is something new in, then hey, that's great. You know, I'll go check it out and report back. But as to my knowledge, that's not something, you know, that there's any other purpose for other than filling up fuel pods with it. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, using the landing services on the pads outside, yeah. That works. It still works. Yeah, it's gonna take a while with this head. I don't think I want to do it with this head. Try to fill up all of it, you know what I mean? I think I have some in my hangar. I want to say I do in my persistent hangar. I know I bought it before, when I bought the Fortune before. Or when I had the Fortune before and I bought it. Bought the head, but I could be wrong. It's okay. You know, RMC is okay. It's really, um, for my purpose, really more so, for, that's another thing. I wish you could like take the RMC from like these cargo containers, right? And fill up like the little well, you can print, I think you can print it out at the console. Yeah, that's what it is. You can print it out. So you can print out the SRT canisters to use with repair modules and stuff like that. So that's really what I'll be using it for specifically. not necessarily to go and sell it. But that's the thing. Like a lot of people, that's their purpose in this game, and there's nothing wrong with that. You know, that's they play it to make money. You know, obviously you got to make money to buy certain things. You know, but um, that's not the only objective for me. Money is just a means to an end. You know, if I can get the materials and stuff that I need, then I don't necessarily need the money. You know. Um, but when I need services like repair and rearming, since that's the only way you can really do that type of stuff in the game, you know, you got to get the money. But for me, the quickest way for me to get money is doing combat missions. That's the quickest way for me to get money. But um, but to answer your question directly, they did change it. They balanced it a little bit because when you think about construction material and RMC, right? Because it's the most, it'll be the most traded commodity in the Star Citizen uh, economy. It shouldn't be worth a whole lot, you know what I mean? Because there'll be so much that you can, you know, do with it and sell it. All right, it's going to be so many people selling it, basically. So because there'll be so much in the economy that's going to naturally bring the price down of it. So um, I wouldn't say that it's the most lucrative, but you know, if it's your gameplay loop, if that's what you like to log in and do, then yeah, it's definitely worth your time. If you like salvaging, me, it's more of a resource, so it's not necessarily for the money. Like Cowboy said, I'm really just kind of stockpiling a lot of this stuff. Right, right, exactly. Perfect, perfect point. You know, different things for different people. You know, so whatever your thing is, go for it. The money will come. Don't be a pirate. You might find yourself spending more money than you make. Yeah, so ghillie missions are pretty good for that. Those are pretty laid out, and it teaches you combat tactics and skills uh, in a very safe place, relatively safe place, should I say? Um, so there's that, um, and you can make some good money. You make some good script with that too. Um, Once you get up to the higher ranks of that, you actually need like more people or bigger ships. But it just kind of shows you the progression of it. Yeah, salvage missions. Well, see, that's what I mean. Like, you gotta think outside of the box. Like, yeah, it's a waste of credits. But let's just say you're doing major salvage operations. Spending that money to get ships to, and you're in desperate need. Maybe you don't want to come all the way out here and do panels like this, right? Yeah, ghillie missions. Yeah, I do. Um, I have some. I don't have a whole lot of clips, but um, I can do that though. So when it comes to, yeah, I can show you some of those in just a second once I. So I'm gonna do a pass, fill it up, print out all the stuff, and then head to the next area. But yeah, so the highest mission that you can do in there, you get 300K for it, right? And it progressively gets bigger, but you will need either multiple people to do it or um, a big enough ship to be able to take on uh, the ships that you're going to come up against. Um, I recommend doing up to about. You can do 6, but it just really depends on what kind of ship you have, and whether you would be able to survive number 6. And that's when it starts to get real important, what kind of ship you got. But ultimately, it's good for training you on combat missions if you're interested in learning about it. Um, that's a good way to do it. Yeah, that's why I was saying if you want to join the org, you know, we can do this a lot more often. I don't know if you put your application in already, but you know, we do a lot of stuff. Which time zone are you in? Are you in EU? Are you in US? EU? Yeah, I figured you were in EU. German, Dutch, or because the name Kaufman. Bulgaria. Yeah. Okay, gotcha. Yeah, I put the link in the chat a couple of times if you want to. So the reason why I was asking you that because we do have about 3 EU players. Um, so if you want to jump in and join them, they'll probably be on around about the same times that you are, even though you're on right now. So, um, you know, just FYI, we got some people over in Europe. That's a little closer to your time zone. Me, I'm a little different. I get on at random times, so but it could be any time during the day or late at night for me here in the U.S. So um, sometimes I have some projects that keep me pretty busy. Sometimes I'm in between, like right now. So I may have a little bit more time to do stuff. But yeah. Cowboy is one of the officers in the org. So if you want him to just type it in the chat, ask him to send you the link if you don't have the link. Um, we do have a website, but I'm doing some edits to it at the moment. So you have to just apply. You got to still apply on Spectrum anyway, at the org page on Spectrum. But you'll also, once I get that back up and going, you'll put in your application there too. So that way you can use all of the resources in our web page too. But yeah, if you just want to play, even if you don't want to like join the org, you know, you can just play with us. And when we're doing some bigger operations with some of our allies, um, you know, there'll be opportunities for you to come in and play there too. Um, well, let him choose. Let him choose which one. I mean, if he wants to, I mean, he could. I mean, you could do both. Uh, get him in the Discord so that he can start talking with us in there, and then um, if he wants to join the org, then he can, you know, joined from Spectrum. Yeah. And just pass it on to your friends, you know. And they can jump in too. All right, appreciate it, cowboy. Hey, welcome to the Discord. Yeah. You know, it's pretty. I mean, it's pretty. Relaxed, chill. I usually when I'm doing this, if I'm not streaming, I put on like some jazz, sit back and just kind of relax and just kind of chill out. But I do need to get those better heads on this thing so I can do this a lot faster. The trade-off is I think you don't get as much, but um, it gets it faster and you know a wider spread. I think is the thing. Well, it was one of my EU buddies. I want to say it was Sven that was telling me that doing it, and he was doing because we were doing it together. And I think we were in the reclaimer, but again, we had those other heads on there, and like if you pass it, you know, doing it like what you're saying, like get it to 60, 70, and then move. Like if you get your cadence, I'm just really just playing around with it. But you get your cadence, and then you can um, like come back across it. Like it actually did it like super fast. So he was telling me about that before. I'm just not really doing it that way because with those other heads, you get a bigger spread. So it does it a lot better per se. I guess is a better way to put it. More efficiently, you know. So I'm not really too concerned about it because once it gets to 13, I'm gonna go back here and turn it on, put it on auto so it just spits them out, which I could have done already, but is that what you were talking about? But no, it definitely does it a lot faster with that other head. So I'm almost certain that it's this head that's super slow. There we go. All right, let's do this. Didn't get all of this one. Hold on 1 second. All right. Let's see what the issue is. Okay. Oh, it's just full. All right. Oh, it's full. But we should be able to just um, should be able to just fill it up now. Right, exactly. Oh yeah, 100%. We can definitely do that. Uh-oh. Might have released it. Nope, not yet. Got a little ahead of myself. Rhaegar. Right. I got one more guy with me that's interested in the Gilly mission also. Oh, okay. Ah, exclusive alliance member permissions. Yeah. But that's cool. Coffin. Coffin. Yep. Exactly. Want to try to fill up the depot before I head out. Yeah. And thanks everybody for watching and supporting. I appreciate it. Make sure you follow me on Twitch if you don't already. Go ahead and say what's up in the chat so I know who you are, so I can see you and engage with you. I appreciate it. And it's cool if you just come to watch. Right now we're doing solo bass, player bass. So what I'm doing is I am based out of my Idris, and I have mining and salvage operations going on from. Appreciate it. Right, exactly. So I have solo player salvage and mining operations going on. So I'm just kind of showing everybody how you would do this type of stuff solo. Um, you know, if you have the ships for it. Now, here's the caveat to that statement. You can work your way up to that, right? Like, so don't feel like you're left behind because you don't have it, or, you know, all you have to do is start small, start doing missions, build up your money, buy a bigger ship. I highly suggest the Starlancer Max as a good cargo ship. I love the Starlancer Max just because of the side loading panels. Those come in handy, um, which, you know, I think the total cargo for that is about 220 something. So you get a pretty good cargo. You can put a lot of boxes, you know, if you're using um, the Fortune like I am. It only prints like the little small boxes, so, you know, you'll have more than enough space for that. But like for the Golem that I'm using for the mining, um, you know, it uses 16 SCU pods, and which it fits about 4 of those on the side um, of the Starlancer Max, and then I think you can get 4 of them on the inside, and then like a couple of smaller boxes as well. But yeah, I mean, you know, just need you something to transport the stuff if you want to like set up a base, right? And something that has a bed that you can bed log in if you want to stay out there. Um, you know, like log off from wherever you are. Right now, I'm in the Aaron Halo, which is the asteroid belt in Stanton that is not on the map, but it is surely there because we are here. And as you can see, they have salvage panels here. Um, you can probably see in the background right there, they got all types of asteroids, and yeah, so you can do either or out here, all on your lonesome. You don't have to be, you know, you don't have to worry about people coming. Now, the trick to that is it's so remote, right? That when you get ready to go to different places, you're gonna have to, you know, kind of strategically plan to make sure you don't run out of fuel, or if you got some buddies, a few buddies, doing this with a few buddies would definitely be best. If you get yourself a Starfarer, you can refuel your own ships, right? So you can run a nice little operation, you know, ongoing operation from out here, which is what I plan on doing. Um, Especially now that Nyx is coming out, we'll be able to get a lot more resources and stuff like that from that system. So I plan on doing that in that system. So I'm kind of just practicing for that right now. But out there, I'm going to do it a lot more. Um, and we're going to organize with more people from the org and other orgs to do that. So that's kind of what we're doing right now. So just wanted to bring everybody up to speed. I saw we had a jump in people who were viewing, so I just wanted to make sure you knew exactly what I was doing here. Uh, yeah, but I don't see a lot of people doing this, especially in that manner, using like ships as forward operating bases for these types of operations. So that's what I definitely want to do. Uh, why does that cowboy guy have #1 in a crown? I'm new to Twitch and Star Citizen. He is a subscriber. So if you want to subscribe to the channel, you can get those. He's like the first subscriber that I had. So if you want to, you know, get those too, you can do that. Um, and your other question about how do you get out there if there are no map markers? So there's several ways that you can do it, but some of the most I showed it in my last Twitch video. Um, how you can get out here. That's how when I got out here. So you basically have to. One of the people who first figured out, right, that this was a thing, discovered this place, right? Um, they figured out by just randomly jumping, but now we know that it's a certain distance from certain land quantum markers, so you just have to kind of, it's still a matter of you know kind of approximating it, but you can definitely do it. It's a lot easier, and it may take you a couple of times to get it, but you can do it. There's tons of guides out there, but essentially, um, you want to make sure that you basically quantum between 2 points, and you're gonna stop in like the middle of it. I'll show you the map here in just a second, but it's a halo, so it goes all the way around the star, right, Stanton. So you can get to it from either side. You don't necessarily have to do it from one side or the other. There are just more well-known ways of doing it, by doing it from certain places, like Hurston. There are also just random fields out there in space. Like, um, I found one of those one day as well, over by Crusader, which was pretty cool because I was like, man, I didn't even realize it was that close to Crusader where it was just a random asteroid field. But it makes sense, that it would just be littered in space, but because it's so big, it's hard for you to know currently at the moment. At a certain point, you'll be able to scan and find these things, deep space scan, long range scanning. When that part gets into the game, it'll take a lot of it'll demystify a lot of that stuff. But like I said, in honor of Nyx, I felt the pull to come back out here and just kind of show you guys how to live in your own base. So yeah, it is. It's a ring around Stanton. Yeah. So as you can see where I am, right? And then once, so, and again, that's if you have a ship. Um, but once you get a ship out, if you got a ship that can, yeah, there's one. Yep, that's a piece of it. Yep. Like I said, that's a known way of doing it, but you still have to. It's measured in gigameters. So like you have to stop, and then if you stop and you're not in the right place, then you got to kind of just keep going until you find it. Keep quantuming to those 2 points in between those 2 points to do it. Um, and you can do it from, I want to say it's from Hurston to Crusader too, or from ArcCorp to Crusader. You just got to know at what point that ring is in that particular journey, right? And it took some starfaring people, right? They had to, some real cartographers, astro cartographers, to plot that, right? So shout out to them. Like I said, there is a lot of stuff out there. This was like years ago when they found this, but and they never really kind of announced it, right? So it's just out there. And that's what I mean. Like, see, with this game, there are things out there that you won't even know that they put into the game, that in the game, and it'll keep you learning more about this game for years, like it did me. And that's with it being incomplete. You know what I mean? Welcome back, Cowboy. Mr. Number One Cowboy. And he's literally one of the officers in our guild. I mean, in our org too. So he is literally my number one. Speaking of which, I think it's time for another shameful plug. Yeah, exactly. So it'll be very difficult. It's not impossible, but it's insignificant chance that they find you. So you just gotta kind of keep that in mind. The best thing to do is to kind of, once you get there, if you follow one of those routes, then don't stay right there, right? Kind of go for a bit in a random direction. Make sure you stay inside of the belt, and you know, so that way you're not just in the place where most people find from doing the doing what the guides tell you to do. And it's not that people are scary, it's just, we're talking about solo base, right? So if you're out here by yourself, it'll just be a little hard for you to defend if you're not in a ship that, you know, um, you could defend yourself in, right? Like if you're just coming out here in a fortune like this or in a mining ship, and it's just going to be hard for you to defend yourself, right? But um, if I highly recommend doing it with friends, because if you do that, then you can have some people on duty, watch while you do your thing, or more eyes while you're out there doing stuff is definitely better, than just doing it by yourself. Well said, well said. Yeah, if you just Google search it, um, it'll give you, it'll give you a few different ones that you can explore if you just want to explore it. Um, that way, it's easier to explain, um, for you to see it. But like I said, when you're measuring in GMs, right? We're talking about a huge space. 1 GM is a lot of space, right? So it's basically one GM band of asteroid field. So anything in between that you can actually do. And if you want to join us in our Discord and join the org, feel free to. You know, we're looking for more people. We want to do bigger operations like this. Have several golems and salvage ships going at the same time, and have some large transport ships and fill them up, and kind of have an ongoing operation for like civilian for industrial players. So you know, would love to have you in there, Cowboy. Cowboy can give you the well, I put the link to apply on Spectrum, but Cowboy can send you a Discord link. Not that one. Close to being full, so I'm almost done with this round. Yeah, are you looking for an org, Zip? Or are you part of one? Oh, what did he do? Okay. Yep, we just had somebody jump in that likes to do those too. Yeah, this is the Idris. So this is the Vanguard Citadel. This is one of our forward operating bases. This is what I currently base the operation out of. Yep, you can bed log out here. You can, yeah, you can just stay out here. Like I said, it'll be an ongoing operation, you know, for the foreseeable future. So if people want to be a part of that, definitely love to have you. Yeah. And it's on auto mode right now. So if somebody tried to attack me, the ship would automatically defend itself. So if it was able to, some things it can't defend against, but in general. Ah, interesting. So that's I just taught myself something new on that. So that's what it looks like when the hopper is full. Oh no, that's a component. Okay, I was like, what? It threw me off. Let's eject the NAT. Let's head back out. And I'll show you guys this too. So let's take everything. Just nah. Let's take it with the MPUV. Let's do this the proper way, right? So I'm gonna stack it onto my MPUV my MPUV tractor, and then fly my tractor over to my Starlancer, and Bob's your uncle. Oh man, anybody can hang with us, man. It's not about the ship, it's about the crew. We're always looking for quality people to join us, because that's what makes a good ship, right? Is the good crew. You see how that Starlancer is parked right there? Since you like cargo running, if you were part of the org, then you would be the one like running the cargo for us, right? So after we get you, you would kind of just chill on the ship doing other duties, on the Citadel doing other duties, and then ooh, the bug. Interesting. Because there's a cargo grid below it, it's not sticking to that one. Interesting. Huh. So yeah, if you look at the map of the ship, right? And you can see my ship outside. See the Starlancer, right? It's got a lot. I mean, it's made for 28 people. So you would definitely have a place with us. It's all about, what you want to do. The only thing we ask emphatically and without question is that you don't be a pirate, right? So like if you're a pirate, you can't roll with us. That's for sure. But if you're just a player out there who wants to play with other people, try out some new content and stuff like that, do some stuff with some other orgs. We do bigger operations with some other orgs out there in the verse, you could definitely be a part of that. No question. Ooh. Take me out. Okay. Oh, that's what it was. I was like, why is that off? Because I didn't get it all the way to the back right there. That's why. But you can get 16 on this MPUV tractor. So we're going to stack it up on there. No, honestly. So we're not a military org. We have a military arm, but we're not a military org. And so our structure is not that of military, right? So we're not like, even though you will be a new member, you still primarily you want to choose between 3 different paths. Pathfinder, which is like logistics, exploration, and Protector, which is for, just like the name suggests, protection, which includes, PvP, which Cowboy is the commander of the Protectors. So he pretty much oversees those. But it does include the fighters, squadrons, right, of fighters, ships. And we may have another commander specifically for the ships, but as of right now, we're still growing, so we're still looking for people who want to be a part of it, right? Ooh, that was interesting. It tipped me over. I think it was I'd say it was the engine, but I don't think, I thought I cut the engine off. Anyway, yeah, so. All right, let me move this because that's becoming a problem. All right. Okay, so that's Eastern. So you're in my time zone. Well, that's good. Sorry, cowboy. Still no Pacific time. That's why he was asking. It's almost like people from California don't play this, right? Right, exactly. See, he just said it too. Right, exactly. It's almost like they don't play, huh? Oh yeah, it's amazing. And wait till they add the refuel, rearm, and repair function to the hangars, right? We'll be able to do that as well. See? So you would come out here. And you would load this up. Ooh, don't get stuck in there. Oh, that's a little too high. All right. See, let me show you this. So I've already filled this up with minerals from mining. And then now I'm doing a little bit of construction material, which technically I'm gonna leave some of it on the ship, but I'm gonna put most of it in the transport ship to take and to store at a hangar. Yeah, I think I'm gonna bring that down a little bit. Thing I left it on. So I don't knock it out into space, right? Okay, I think that's close enough. I need to get something to drink here pretty soon. Yeah, this is the dream of, this is what they're building for the gamers, for us gamers, right? This type of gameplay, this type of game. It's not possible with any other game. Like the seamlessness, the fidelity at that scale, is just not possible with any other game. And I can show you some, if you're into combat, Zed, I can show you some combat after this. I'll take the Idris out and show you how you would do some combat. I think Zed was trying to, Kaufman was trying to get us to do some ghillies earlier, so um, yeah, what ships are y'all using, Kaufman? Oh, Cutlass Black. Okay, nice, nice, nice. Yeah, I like the Cutlass Black. It's a good ship. And the Taurus. Okay. Speaking of which, yeah, cough. That's my other number one. I'm kind of a trifecta. It's the other one of the other officers in the org. Um, so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna take this back. Um, yeah, yeah, yeah. And the Idris has about, I want to say about, there's four, two. So we're talking about 10 turrets. No, 10, 12. So we're talking about 12 turrets on the Idris, and then not counting the main weapon. Yeah, we got a resident expert too. Um, yeah, you should jump into the Discord so I can introduce you to Krav, because Krav, that's his Bible. He's super good with Urkel, and he's also like the quartermaster of the org. He handles like loadouts of ships. He knows like what the best loadouts are. He experiments with stuff like that. So I think you'd really like it. I think you really like being here. We got something for everybody, and we're looking to grow, right? We're looking for more people so we can grow. Um, um, I'm just going to for now. I'm just going to store the transport, because if I'm going to switch to doing some missions, then I'm going to store this, jump into one of my combat ships, head back out to the Idris, and then take the Idris. I can always get back out to the belt, so I mean, back out to the Halo, so I'm not really worried about it. It'll be a different spot this time, though. Because I still need to look and see where is the best place to go for refining if I'm gonna do the refining. Or I may just wait. I may just stockpile it and let some of the industry people take it and handle all the refining instead of having to do it myself. So plus I need to get some more pods to take back. So, but I'm not gonna worry about trying to take the cargo off and all that kind of stuff right now. It's also used for crafting that will be coming soon too. So if you want to start preparing for that, you can. Oh yeah, work hard now, make it easy. Big facts.
Landing gear down.
Yeah, I know. That's where I'm headed now. Go ahead and get it from the cargo center.
Welcome to the ASOP Vehicle Retrieval. Your vehicle has been moved to our storage facility. Your insurance claim has been sent. Thank you.
While I'm waiting on that, let me use the restroom. I'll be right back.
Bye.
All right.
Welcome to the ASOP Vehicle Retrieval System. Your vehicle has visitors aboard.
What do you guys think? Yeah, there's it. Kofa? Nice. You got out there. Awesome. Good stuff. Good stuff. Yep, it is. Crop. Yeah, he's in the org. He's one of the officers in the org. That's the one I was telling you about that knows a lot about Urkel. So if you want to ask him a question about Urkel, that's the guy to ask right there. No, no, you're not unfindable. That's the whole point. He can see the pip once he's in the group. He can see it. So yeah, in the party. He's technically. Let me zoom out for you. He's technically not there. He's over here. So he's technically not at the ship per se. But he's close enough. Like I said, within see you're looking at the gigameter, right? He's within a gigameter of it, but he's not close to it specifically. See, watch. We're gonna pass by him. See, there he is. But he got very, very close to it. Right, exactly. And he could probably see it on the now that he's this close, he could probably see it on the scan, but you know. Right, exactly. Krav's one of the first people I played with in this game too. Him and Cowboy. So we've been doing this for a while. Right. See, that's million meters. That's not kilometers. So that's what I'm saying. Within, you just have to understand the distance of one GM, right? One GM is a huge, huge distance, bro. Like people can't really find you. Like if they do get there, it's kind of like luck, for lack of a better way of putting it. But you know, it's one of those things where you know uh, that. But I'm glad he did that because that perfectly illustrates what I was trying to say, right? You know, the good place for you to do some stuff, do some operations or whatnot, and see because he sees my pip, so he can come to me, right? Right, exactly. No, but I mean, it's just, it's what I'm just trying to tell you. Like, he's. I mean, honestly, if I'm just being completely honest with you about him, right? He's like a mathematical genius. So like, he's very good at calculation. Very good. That's why I say when it comes to like someone being uh giving you like advice as to like what loadout and stuff like he's all on top of those numbers. Like he can do that for you. He could I'm just moving this so he can get in. Oh, he's got a Corsair. Oh, he's got his Corsair. Cool. Cool beans. Probably not. Man, it gets real slow right there. All right, so let's do this. So, proper procedures, right? You want to make sure that you close these doors because technically, if you shut off the power, they can't open those doors. They're not supposed to be able to open those doors. It's a little bit of extra added protection, right? He said, "How close was it? You were 30 mm." See, he's like, yeah, I almost found you. Let me see. Nice. Nice. That's my buddy right there. That's my boy. So let's see. Let's see. I guess I'll. Right. Exactly. Exactly. We just need you to move a little closer, man. That's all. So you can get on our time zone, man. I told you this already. um. So Zed, are you in the game right now? Oh, he said he boarded the Idris. Oh, okay. Let me check something real quick while we're here. Oh, okay. Got you, got you. Yep, you got me. And got Cowboy too. He thought we had a new recruit. So, all right. You gonna fly your Corsair, or you gonna ride with the? Oh, okay, got you. That's hilarious. Yep, y'all got me on that one. Nice, nice, fellas. Thanks a lot. I was gonna do some. Well, I was gonna see if Kofa, are you still in there, or is Kofa, another another bot? Okay, cool. So, um, we can catch up with you guys. Let me send you. I think you're already in my friends list because you started off in my. I was guiding you from the website. So let me. Yep, there we go. Invite. Well, I just invited you. Man, always fall right here. I don't know what that's all about. Are these on? These aren't on, are they? No. Okay. So let's hop in. Let's hop in your Corsair. Matter of fact, yeah, you take the Corsair, and I might take. I'm kind of torn. I'll be a gunner on yours. Yeah, let's do that. Okay. You talked me into it. Let's go. I won't overpower it with the Idris. Even though if we wanted to do the higher level missions, it would definitely come in handy. Had to give you a little buzz there for tricking me. Don't scratch the paint. All right, let's go to how much fuel do I have? We got 72%. Let's go to where Kofa, where are y'all located? Where are y'all doing the missions at? Around which planet? Prof, let's head out real quick. Go to Crusader. Head towards Crusader anyway. You said Lyria. Oh, that's ArcCorp. All right. Let's stop. Head to Lyria. Well, he's not in the party yet, so that's, I mean, there's no way for us to be able to tell. But if we head over here by ArcCorp, we can always go to the station and log out there and then jump into his if he is on a different one. But you can go ahead and either way, you're gonna have to give me lead so I can invite Krav because you don't have him. So, regardless of how you do it, you're gonna have to pass me lead. But all right, pass lead. Got it. Yep, it looks like he's in a different server, Krav. So let's go to ArcCorp and log off at Virginia Point. And jump into their server. interesting. Roger that.
Welcome to the ASOP Vehicle Retrieval System. You'll please visit us again. Welcome to the ASOP. Your vehicle has been moved to our storage facility. Please visit us again.
Okay, share it again because I didn't get it. What's up? Oh, you switched to the Hornet? Nice. I see you. I see you over there. Oh yeah, that's it right there. That's the shot. Look at that, cowboy. Lights in sync and everything. Look at that. The Vanguard. All right, let's go ahead and head over to Lyria. trespassing. Get out of there. Yeah, you probably should, because you're gonna have bounty hunters coming after you if you don't. So yep, I see both of your bounties here. So technically, we do bounty hunting. So Yeah, you can't just get rid of a three by going to the city. Matter of fact, they'll probably tell you to, if it's not, well, it depends. If it's not a violent crime, if it's not a violent crime, then you could still get rid of it. But if it's a violent crime, then you're gonna have to do some time. uh, yeah, that's trespassing. So you should be okay. It should just be trust a lot of trespassing, but it's probably gonna cost you some money too. So if yeesh, yeah, like I said, it's expensive to be a criminal, so you can't just do things that you're not supposed to do. So once you complete the mission, there's a timer for you to leave. Um, right. There's a timer for you to leave. If you don't leave within that time frame, then you're gonna um, you're gonna get a crime stat. But let's see. We could look at this. Yep, there y'all are. The term if you're at ArcCorp, uh, then the terminal is in customs. So you have to keep going through like you're leaving the spaceport through customs, and it should be right over there somewhere. If you're in a space station, you got to go to the Galleria, and then it's close by the admin area. Well, it's only if it's a um, violent crime, cowboy. So if it's a violent crime, then it is. But if it's not, then it'll still put a bounty on them. But if it's a non-violent crime, yeah, the Galleria is in the space station in Bikini Point. But if it looks like you're down on the surface of the planet. So if you're at the planet, you're gonna have to go into the spaceport and then go through to customs. But here's the kicker: if you do have a violent one, they may shoot you. They may they may kill you. That's a thing. So yeah, yeah. If it's violent, yes. So if you got a violent crime, that means you did kill somebody or you injured somebody and they press charges, or you shot some of the people of the facility, which some people do by accident, right? Like some of those missions, you got to be very careful. You got to read it because it'll tell you don't kill friendlies in the area. So you have to be careful not to kill the friendly NPCs. Otherwise, you're going to get a crime stat. So what was the mission that you were supposed to be doing? I mean, I think I cleared it off, so I can't see it, but it's still happening there. Cargo route token. Oh, it was what you were doing cargo? Were you yeah, so yeah, if you log, I think you may wake up in Klesher too. I'm not sure. Cowboy, is that correct? Like if they have a, they can't like bypass it by logging out, right? If I'm not mistaken. Yeah, if you're in the city, that's what I'm saying. You probably don't. If you didn't kill anybody, if you didn't shoot anybody, then you should be okay to clear it. You just, like you said, you may have to, if you go to the console, um, well, here, let's do this. If you don't know where it is, I'll come down there and I'll show you. Well, I mean, if you're okay if you don't have a violent one, is what I'm telling you. If you're worried about that, then that may mean you do have a violent, you know. It's I guess your buddy left the party, but man, this game is beautiful. Oh, yeah, you're in Glacier, yeah. 2 hour penalty. Yeah, you did some kind of violent crime. Well, it won't let you do it. See, that's what I was trying to tell you. If it's violent, then you can't pay the fine because there's no fine to pay. You have to turn yourself in. It's not because you shared the mission, though. That's not what happened. The guy that you were with, he probably killed somebody while you were with them or something, and that's what happened. Yeah, but what I'm saying is you can't pay off a violent crime, bro. I'm trying to tell you, you cannot pay off a violent crime, period. You can pay the fines for the trespassing and all that, but you cannot pay off a violent crime. You just can't do it. They don't allow you to pay. There is no fine for that. There is jail time for that. You understand what I'm saying, Kofa? Yeah. If he killed an NPC in front of you, then yeah. I mean, you were in the party with him. You see, so if you're gonna mine, you get the multi-tool when you go into the mines. So if you pick up the mission like Cowboy was saying to you know, to do mining, then once you get down into the mines, you get a multi-tool that you can use. Yeah, this service plan really good though. You have to go and look. Nah, I got one that I think I did one that was like 24 hours too at one point. But yeah, Zed is right. You got to go deep into the caves, into the mines, and you use your mining tool to scan for rocks that look like gems, like green gems, or they kind of look like rainbow colored or whatnot. Well, that's 222K for this one. Protect our clients' interests. Let's do that, Craw. Let's do this one, Craw. Check this out.
It's Walton. I'll be handling things on this end for Foxwell. Glad to have you on board. Head out to the contract site as soon as you can. Need to provide them with protection before it can be overrun. Weapons free.
Get that, Craw? Speaking of which, I think I'm gonna go ahead and shut the stream down. It has been a long time, so I'm gonna go ahead and shut that off. But yeah, it's been great playing around with everybody. I appreciate all the support. Make sure you follow and subscribe if you feel so inclined to the stream, to the channel. I appreciate it. And yeah, I think we're still connected in Spectrum Kofa. So if you got some questions, you can drop them in there. You're in the Discord too, so you can drop them in there as well. And as you can see, somebody will always be there to help you out. So just be careful about getting in groups with other people, especially if that's not your thing. If pirating and mayhem is not your thing, you got to be careful about the people who you're with because sometimes they just don't care and they're just gonna take you on a ride with them. So, yeah. That being said, thanks for watching. Hope everybody has a great one, and I'll see you on the next one. Peace.